Peter Scott now. One over for the round. You can see a good rebound there. 20 centimetres. Yep, good two there from Peter Scott. Over now to Rochelle Swin. Two aces on the scorecard, 1-4, even par so far. Similar rebound to the other players here in our featured group. It looks like it might roll down now, but no, she's on the top tier. Ooh. We've seen Rochelle this round do a lot of confident parts. This one didn't work out for her. She'll be leaving with 3, so that'll be 1 over for her round. As we move on now to lane number 8, this is Wentworth. So players here will be looking to launch up over the first ramp, over the second, and on their way to the hole there. So again, James Goatley will be the first to attempt it. See his scorecard, even par for the round, 1 ace and then a 3 to start. Currently our leader, Darren Prohl, is on 1 under.
Wasps in this there.
Okay, so this is Darren. This is James, sorry. Just about to begin lane number 8, Wentworth. Let's see if he can clear this first lump. Yeah, he's over the first lump, jumped over the second gap. It's a great shot. Yeah, really good shot. Not an easy lane, this one at all, with those bumps and gaps in the way. Over now to Peter Scott. He's on 1 over for the round. Just 1 drop shot, no aces so far. Ooh. Well, he made it over the second hump. Too soft. Okay, that'll be another drop shot for Peter Scott. That'll move him to 2 over for the round. Now, Rochelle Swin has had 2 fantastic aces in the round so far. We've just seen her drop a shot. Can Rochelle make it over these 2 gaps here? Yep. Where's the ball going to end up though? Not too bad at all. Now, I have got some interesting news. Fans of the Adventure Golf Sport will be very familiar with Josh Mars from Australia, a fantastic supporter of the game. He has got in touch with the World Adventure Golf Tour organisation to say that he's enjoying the footage here from New Zealand. So great from Josh to get in touch. Unfortunately, no, Rochelle looks like she's going to leave lane 8 here with another 4. So that'll move Rochelle to 3 over for the round. As we go to lane number 9, it's Olympic. You can see the fly over here. Most players, I suspect, will be aiming to bounce the ball off the wall to the right, about midway down the lane, as they work their way up to the hole. Just a reminder here of our schedule for this weekend. So we're currently watching our featured groups. We'll be watching this featured group for rounds 1 and 2. In the third round, we'll be following the novice players as they battle to win the novice championship. And then we'll have 2 additional rounds today where we'll be following the leading group of professionals, and then finally 3 rounds tomorrow where we'll be following the leading group of professionals again in their battle to win the New Zealand Open. On lane 9 though for today, we just saw James Goatley here's just picked up a 3 on lane 9, so that'll move him back to 1 over for the round. Peter Scott's next to attempt lane 9. He's currently on 2 over for the round, no aces yet. That's a bounce off the wall to the right. Yeah, as long as you clear that hump at the end there, you are okay. He should make this, Peter, here for a 2. Yep, nicely done. Rochelle Swin now. We've seen some brilliance from Rochelle. Unfortunately, some dropped shots as well. So Rochelle currently on 3 over for the round. Got the right idea here of the rebound. Cleared the humps. So you'd hope Rochelle is able to leave lane 9 Olympic with a 2. Yep, nicely done. Over now to lane 10. It's Riviera. Players here will be looking to do a rebound off the back, making sure they stay up that top tier by the hole. First to attempt this will be James Goatley from our featured group. See, he's currently on 1 over. Drop shot there on the previous lane, lane number 9. Yep, that's a rebound off the back. Oh, it's too firm. Where's the ball going? Okay, it stayed in that divot. That was harder. That could have come back to his feet. Oh dear, that's going to be 2 drop shots in a row for our professional here, James Goatley. Over now to Peter Scott. Also on 2 over for the round. Still to play Riviera, lane 10. That's a... Well, I was going to say that's a better pace. That's actually a bit too soft. Good line though. Yep, lovely. Good 2. Good 2 from Peter Scott there. Finally, Rochelle Swin, as I've said, has had a bit of an up and down round. A few flashes of brilliance. A few unfortunate drop shots. That's way too hard. Rochelle. That's going to go back to where you started. Oh dear. Right, can she learn from that? That looks like it's a better pace. A little bit too soft again. Oh, good 3 though. Good 3. Okay, and on to lane 11. It's Harbour Town. So, the most important thing here is to go down the middle and avoid that rock. You can just glance off this wall to the left here. That will direct the ball to the hole. First to attempt it from our featured group will be James Goatley. You can see he's just coming off the back of 2 dropped shots. So he's on 2 over for the round. 3 dropped shots in total. Only 1 ace for the round so far. He's nicely through the gap in the bricks and the rock. Unfortunately, that wasn't really a glance off the wall to the left. He caught far too much of that wall on the left. One of our viewers here saying as they expected. They're seeing Matt and Cam climb up the ladder. So, oh, good 2 there from James. There are a few players here in New Zealand that people are keeping their eyes on. See Matt currently joint first place with Darren Prohl. Darren's played 9 lanes so far. Matt's played 7. Well, a little bit of an interesting strategy there from Peter Scott. Saying that, I'm not sure it's the right strategy. So he'll get 20 centimetres relief from the wall. Not sure how he's going to get out of this one though. You would have thought Peter would be leaving this lane with a 3, unfortunately. Yeah. Not a bad attempt, no. Ended up near the hole, not too bad given the circumstances. So that'll bring Peter to 3 over for the round. Don't know where our camera person's going. We still need to see Rochelle. Right, Rochelle 4 over for the round. Through the gap, missed the rock. Not too bad at all. Oh, couldn't quite make the 2 though. She should get that for a 3. So we're in round 1 currently of the New Zealand Open 2023 here at the Golf Warehouse in Lower Hutt, Wellington, and they're great holes around the world. Each lane here inspired by a famous golf course from somewhere around the world. We'll be joining players on lane 12 in a second. So you join James Goatley here on lane 12. This is Royal Portrush. In a slight bit of trouble here. Wasn't able to make it near the hole, so this will be another drop shot, unfortunately, for James. He's struggling a bit, I think, unprofessional here in this group. James will now move to 3 over par. I think that'll put him about 8th on the leaderboard. Peter Scott now. Oh dear, just a bit too firm. Okay, Peter Scott will move to 4 over for the round. Rochelle Swin now. Currently 5 over for the round. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. That's the best shot of our featured group by far. Excellent 2 there for Rochelle Swin. Over now to lane 13. It's Royal Melbourne. A couple of ways you can play it here. You can play straight down this lane, attempting to go for a rebound, or following the right wall, aiming to breach those 2 rocks that you saw there, guarding the hole. James Goatley will be the first to attempt it. Currently 3 over for the round. Yep, he preferred to go for the rebound method. Sets himself up here for a possible 2. You see the wind is blowing a little bit here. Ooh, not quite. James is struggling a little bit today. Over now to Peter Scott. Peter nicely through those bricks. Sets himself up for a 2 here. I have to say we are playing at quite a quick pace, already on lane 13 of the first round here, just after 30 minutes of play here at the Golf Warehouse in Lower Hutt, Wellington. So this will be another drop shot for Peter to move him to 5 over par for the round. Rochelle Swin now. Started off, looking at her scorecard, started off very, very nicely. An ace on lane 1, an ace on lane 5. Hasn't seen an ace in a while though. But she made it through the bricks here. Sets herself nicely up for another 2. Ooh, not quite. Didn't see the curve in the green there, left to right. So that's how we're looking at the moment. Matt Ainsley currently in the lead, 1 under par after 9 lanes played. James Goatley now on lane 14. This is St Andrews. Good demonstration there of a good first shot. Players will be looking to go down the right, rebound, and just make sure you end up between the humps, as James has done there. We have a little bit of a change on top of our leaderboard. Has Crawford now in the lead on 3 under. James McCarthy on 2 under. Matt Ainsley 1 under. Ooh. Nice there from Peter Scott on lane 14. And Rochelle Swin here. Last player in our featured group to attempt lane 14. Almost looked like she aced it. And I have to say, quite a different style to what we'd be seeing most of the players doing, but it definitely worked for her. Almost another ace. As we go over to lane 15, this is Royal St Andrews. This is the only par 4 on the course. I think you can see why looking at it. It's a very long lane. Players will be just looking up to get near to the hole. James Goatley will be the first to attempt it here. He's currently on 4 over for the round.
Good 2, mate. Well done. That's a great putt.
Yeah, rebound off the mid-left wall. Didn't quite make it up the hill there. The line was good. That's what you'll be looking for. Rebound sort of off the left wall, midway up. Not quite enough pace to get up the hill. Good attempt, but that'll be another dropped shot for James Goatley. James will move to 5 over par. Peter Scott next now to attempt lane 15. The only par 4 on this course, all the others are par 3 except for the first hole, which is par 2. Royal St Andrews. Again, Peter not managing to make it up the hill there. This is why this lane is a par 4. Not a bad attempt. Oh, he hit that quickly. What happened there? Don't know if that was a mistake, but it went in, so that would count.
So what?
Right, Rochelle Swin, the final pair in our featured group to attempt the par 4. Fortunately, not managing to get anywhere close to the hill, but she is up. Oh! Rochelle! Dear me! The only player able to get a 2 on this lane. Can't believe it. Wow. Well, they don't call it adventure golf for nothing. We're moving over now to lane 16. It's Royal St. George. Back to par 3 now. Players will be aiming just to the right of the double bumps that we saw there.
Yep, that's fine.
James Goatley will be the first to attempt this. As you can see, he's had a bit of a difficult round. He's on 5 over par. He's nicely between the humps. That's exactly where you want to be. Get and finish that off for a 2. Great example there of lane 16 by James Goatley. Peter Scott next. Just look at our leaderboard there in the top right. We've still got Haz Crawford in the lead, 4 under. James McCarthy, 3 under. Matt Ainsley, 1 under. Cameron Cooper, even par. Darren Prohl, 1 over. It's a tough shot here though for Peter Scott. He's not made it. Okay, so that'd be another drop shot for Peter Scott. He'll move to 7 over par. Rochelle Swin now just coming off of a heroic 2. Ooh. She got a clear line to the hole here. Yep, well played from Rochelle. So we move over. We just got 2 lanes left now in round number 1 here of the New Zealand Open 2023. This is Firestone. You can see there's a drop in the lane here. Players will be aiming to just bounce left near that drop and then bounce off the wall at the back of the lane just beyond the hole. James Goatley will be the first to attempt this. Well, no bounce off the left. He's done quite well. Okay, that'll be a 2 for James Goatley. Peter Scott, he's had no aces in this round yet, perhaps a little bit undeservedly. Okay, another one. Not. Oh, I said he had no aces. It looked like he almost had one there. He used the contours of that hill very nicely, but wasn't able to pick up the ace. Finally now, Rochelle Swin had a great start to the round. Unfortunately, wasn't able to maintain it. Oh, too hard, I'm afraid, Rochelle. So it looks like actually there might be a new style here. We've seen all 3 players using the contours of that hill leading up to the hole to sort of curve the ball around. I like it. And then finally, lane 18. What else would it be but Augusta National? Players here will be looking to tee off to the right and just looking to finish the ball in that middle of the horseshoe shape we can see there, defending the hole. James Goatley will be the first to attempt it. So what you're looking for here is where the ball ends up. You want it in the middle of that horseshoe with a clear line of sight to the hole. Oh, he's just about cleared the horseshoe. Players here, as you can see, using the regulation rod to measure 20 centimeters from the bricks. Yep, good 2 from James Goatley. So that'll bring his scorecard, will be +5 for the round. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that start here in the New Zealand Open 2023. Peter Scott will also be disappointed with this. He's behind the horseshoe, which makes his second putt more difficult. Unfortunately, as we said, Peter doesn't have any aces in his round yet. Now, do forgive us if you can't see the hole here. The instructions that we've given to our local production crew is to not disturb any of the players as they're taking the swing. So that's why you couldn't see the hole quite clearly. Okay, that's worked out for him. It is a free though, so that'd be a round of +8 for Peter Scott. Finally, on to Rochelle Swin then. The last of our featured group to play lane 18 here on round 1. We've seen some quite interesting, quite different shots here from Rochelle. I did like the look of that line. It was too soft though. So Rochelle will also finish with a +8 for lane number 1. Stick with us and we'll get lane 2 started shortly.
So we can use the same card if you want to. So we can sign it, the tick around there. If you like to, yeah.
Okay, it looks like our players are just about to get ready here to start round number 2. So do stick with us and we'll be starting round number 2 shortly. You can see the leaderboard here. James McCarthy after 11 lanes on incredible 4 under par. I'm just getting word from the producer in my ear. We're almost about to start lane number 1, the second round here of the New Zealand Open 2023. This time it will be Peter Scott to start. They get the order right of the group. Yeah, it looks like they've just figured out that it's Peter to start first. Now, I've got some really fantastic and exciting news to share with people watching. Many adventure golf players around the world, I'm sure, will be familiar with Matej Valcek. Oh, almost an ace from Peter Scott there. Many adventure golf players around the world will be familiar with Matej Valcek. Of course, he was the winner of the Czech Adventure Golf Masters 2023, and Matej is a fantastic ambassador, champion of the game of adventure golf. Matej is watching the stream at the moment from home in the Czech Republic and saying good evening to us. So, glad you're enjoying it, Matej. Do keep watching. It's Rochelle Swin now on lane number 1, very close to an ace from Rochelle. And finally, our professional, James Goatley. You can see some interesting statistics now on the top left. His average for this lane is 1, which means he aced it the last round. The ace percent of this lane, so this is for all of the players that have played this lane so far, the ace percent you can see in the top left of your screen is 26.7. So there is an ace to be had here in lane number 1. Not this time, though, from James. James will pick up to a 2 as we move on to lane number 2. That's Murfield Village. And it'll be Peter to start first here.
It's white, the scores have filled them into twice. Okay, as I'm not doing much different than you are. But, every time I finish a hole, do I need to confirm?
When you finish a hole, it's a tick box and you get the confirm yes, yep, at the end of the hole.
Okay, so that's what we need to do. Have we started round 2?
If you finish the first round, you're on the round 2, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh, and scorecards are... So
I'll get some
Over
scorecards.
there, and you can reuse the same scorecard if you want to in the same, because you're the same groups.
So that'll be Peter Scott's first drop of the round, unfortunately, and that's going to be difficult to make a free. Over now to Rochelle. We're here on lane 2, Murfield Village. Rebound off the left here, just looking to get close to the hole. A little bit soft, but not too bad a shot there. See James McCarthy still in the lead after 11 holes. He's on 4 under par. Cameron Cooper, the closest to him, on even par after playing 11 lanes. Excellent 2 there from Rochelle. Okay, over now to James Goatley, our professional. Over the bumps, slight rebound off the left, good pace there. That's pretty much exactly where you want to be. And James will pick that up for a 2 as we move over to lane number 3. Peter Scott there with a 2 on lane number 3, Inverness. All the lanes here inspired by famous golf courses around the world. It's the Great Golf Holes of the World course here at the Golf Warehouse in Lower Hutt, Wellington. Oh, not quite from Rochelle. Putt down under, seeing some expected low scoring. Top of the leaderboard, pretty much as expected at the moment. I think I'd agree with that. A little bit too firm there from our professional James Goatley. Good 2, however. Okay, over now to lane number 4. This is Cherry Hills. We can have a look at the flyover of the lane. Players will be looking to clear that gap. That's the important thing to look at. Clear the gap, end up near the hole. First to attempt to clear that gap will be Peter Scott. See, the ace percentage here on lane 4 is just 3.3%. So only 3.3% of all attempted shots here managed to get an ace. He's in a bit of a tricky position now, Peter. No, not quite. So Peter will have that for a 3 here at Cherry Hills, lane number 4. Rochelle Swin. Currently on even par for the round, but didn't manage to get past that gap. So she'll have to go behind the gap. Good second shot, however. Good pace on that second shot to follow the curves of the bricks there, end up near the hole. So Rochelle has that for a 3. And finally, James Goatley now, our professional. Currently on even par for the round. A little bit of a disappointing first round. James is over the gap very nicely. Yeah, great shot there from James. This is more like it now. Okay, on now to lane number 5. It's Oakmont. You can see here quite a long lane. Players just looking to go straight up the lane, end up close to the hole. And Peter will be the first to attempt it. Ooh, and that's an ace from Peter. His first one of the tournament, I believe. That'll move Peter back to 10 over for the tournament. Rochelle Swin now will be looking to emulate that. Yeah, just a slight tap off the wall on the left. That's what you want to do. Rochelle there catching a bit too much of contact on that wall to the left.
The episode of the name.
Ooh. Oh dear. Okay, that'd be a 4 for Rochelle to move her to 11 over for the tournament. James Goatley now, having a better second round it looks like. Watch here, you just want to tap, just glance off that wall to the left. Again, I think James caught a bit too much of that wall. You can see in the statistics in the top left, 12.1% of shots here do end up with an ace, so definitely possible. And that's a 2 here from James Goatley on lane number 5. Moving on now to lane number 6, it's Bay Hill. Again, except for the first lane, which is a par 2, and the 15th lane, which is a par 4, all of the lanes here, at least for the public, are considered par 3s. Peter Scott now, just coming off the back of an ace in lane number 5. You can see that lovely green number there on his scorecard. It's the first ace, Peter's first ace of the tournament. That might inspire him. Yep, good shot from Peter. Over now to Rochelle Swin. You do have to be careful that you don't leave the lane here by the humps. It happened to her in round 1, it's happened again in round 2. Oh, almost. Good attempt. And James Goatley now on even par for the round with 5 2s. Yep, nicely past the humps. A little bit too soft, so a little bit of a tester here for James. But he passes the test. Good 2 here for James Goatley on lane 6. Over now to lane 7. It's Cypress Point. Players will be aiming for that rock here, just at the bottom of the screen, going past the rock to rebound off the right, making their way up the hill to the hole there at the back. Peter Scott, the first to attempt it here. Ooh, good effort from Peter. Over now to Rochelle Swin. You can see our leader currently, Cameron Cooper, on even par. James McCarthy, 1 over par. Matt Ainsley, 1 over par. Faye Ainsley, 2 over par. Oh, fantastic shot there from Rochelle Swin. Good 2. James Goatley now, very, very steady round. He'll be looking for his first ace of the round, I imagine. No aces here so far today. You can see that ace percentage is 0%. Good attempt though there. Okay, so we're in round 2 of the New Zealand Open 2023. After this round, the groups will be reordered into absolute order, and then we will follow the leading amateur group. Peter Scott here on lane 7, exited the lane over that second hump. Have to be really careful here in this course that when you go over the humps, they don't send you out of the lane. That'll be a free for Peter on lane number 7. Over now to Rochelle. And just like lane number 6, actually, looking at the top left, you can see the ace percentage here is 0%. So no players managing to make an ace here yet today. Rochelle just making it over the second gap there. And finally, James Goatley, our professional in this featured group, jumping over the first hump, clearing the second gap.
Same. That's good, eh?
Oh dear. Okay, that'll be his first drop shot of the round. Okay, and over now to lane number 8. It's Wentworth. Oh, we've just seen that one. So lane number 9. Olympic. Players here will be looking to bounce off the right wall about midway down the lane. That will put them on a good trajectory towards a hole there. Looks like the scores haven't registered yet for our featured group for lanes 7 and 8, so wait a second for that. Oh, Peter Scott struggling here on lane 9. Okay, scores are registered now, so you can see Rochelle Swin, 5 over for the round, 13 over for the tournament. Good 2 there from Rochelle on lane number 9. Okay, James Goatley, he was off to quite a strong start. No aces. He has, however, dropped on the last lane. If you look at his average for this lane, it is 3, so that means he dropped on the previous round as well. So he'll be looking to avoid dropping here. He's got out the regulation rod to measure 20 centimetres. Good 2. Okay, corrected his error there from round number 1, and we are over to lane 10 now. This is Riviera. Players will be looking to rebound off the back here, and you have to be so careful of the ball rolling back down the hill. It happened to Rochelle in round number 1. If you're too firm with the ball, it can roll back down to your feet. Peter Scott here, the first to attempt Riviera, and that's going to go, that was too soft. That's going to go back down to his feet, unfortunately. So his second attempt, can he learn anything from his first attempt? Pace looks better. Okay. Next to attempt Riviera is Rochelle. We saw in the first round, Rochelle ended up with the ball back at her feet. Yeah, bad winds, you can hear the players saying. Oh, fantastic too there from Rochelle. Temperature's nice today, 17 degrees here. No rain, a few clouds I can see, but there is a significant wind that's picking up. That could be a bit too firm. Oh, just about stays in the divot. A touch further, a touch firmer, and that would have been
That didn't happen.
back down at James's
It's roll
feet.
back down to the stop.
Good 2 though from James. And we're on now to lane 11. This is Harbour Town. Most important here is to avoid, or to go through the gap in the bricks, to go past the rock there. Just glance off that wall to the left. That'll set the ball on a good trajectory towards the hole. Peter Scott will be the first to attempt that. See his scorecard there. He's 8 over for the round currently, 16 over for the tournament. Oh, not quite. Rochelle Swin next. You can see player average for lane 11 is a 3, so she must have dropped here last round. The ace percent as well, a little bit surprising, 0%, so no one's managed to ace her so far. Looks like she exited the course here. This course reminding Josh Mars of Gulf Central DNE. So it's quite a challenging course. Not many natural ace lines possibilities. Or James Goatley here catching too much of that wall on the left. You want to just glance off it. He called it quite thick. So we'll get the regulation rod out, measure 20 centimetres. Another drop there for James. So that brings him to 2 over for the round. He's not just quite able to make anything happen yet. Okay, join us with Peter Scott on lane 12. This is his third stroke. We've had someone just now Josh Mars has just got in contact with the World Adventure Golf Tour organisation, saying that they appreciate the use of the regulation rods. The regulation rods are measuring 20 centimetres from the edge of the brick obstacles according to the WMF Adventure Golf rules. Rochelle just naturally missing the 2 there. Rochelle will drop a shot to bring her to 17 over for the tournament. James Goatley now. Thing to watch here is to clear both of those bricks. He's done it. It looks like his pace might have been just a little bit too soft. There's the regulation rod coming out that Josh likes. Good 2 there from James. And we're over now to lane number 13. It's Royal Melbourne. So players can go straight down here, aiming to go for that gap or following the wall to the right. Also, a rebound is possible. It will be Peter Scott who will be the first to attempt that. So you can hug the wall to the right here, or you can rebound just at the edge of the gap. Now, players should have practiced this shot. It's quite a common position to end up here in lane number 13. You can see 0% aces. That doesn't surprise me on this lane. Really, it's just a case here of trying to get your 2. Just like Peter's done there. Good 2 there from Peter Scott on lane number 13. Over now to Rochelle Swin. Very favourable bounce there from Rochelle. It's been great following Rochelle. Some really innovative play. Missing the 2, however. Finally, James Goatley struggled in the first round. Looked like he was getting something together in this second round, but he hasn't got an ace yet in this second round. Good favourable bounce though from James. Should set him up for a 2. Okay, and over now to lane 14. It's St Andrews. What you want to do here is go up the right, just a tap off the wall to the right to end the ball between the 2 humps that you can see here. Peter will be the first to attempt that. Yep, that's the touch off the wall to the right. He's ended up quite well. He hit it a little bit too hard, but it's ended up nicely for him. Oh dear. Oh dear me. Peter. Shouldn't be missing those. Oh, and that looked a bit iffy as well. Okay, over now to Rochelle. You can see the ace percentage here on lane 14 is 10.3%, so definitely a possibility of an ace. That's a bounce off the right. Oh, didn't quite clear the hump. That's going to be a tester for Rochelle here. Oh, fantastic two. Fantastic two from Rochelle. Over now to James Goatley. He would love his first ace of the round right here on lane 14. Not quite, but a good shot. Okay, good two there from James Goatley. So we go over to lane 15. That's New St Andrews, the only par 4 on this course. It's par 4 for members of the public. These players will be hoping to get a 2, maybe at worst a 3. So we join Peter here on lane 15, New St Andrews, the par 4. Wasn't able to make it up the hill to the tier where the hole lies. Oh, a little bit firmer, and that would have been back down the hill. He should pick that for a 3. Now moving to 21 over for the round, 13 over. Sorry, 21 over for the tournament, 13 over for the round. Rochelle now. We saw in round 1, Rochelle made a superstar shot here for a 2. Can she do it again? Not quite. Good attempt though. Good attempt. Having a look at the overall leaderboard, top right of the screen, Cameron Cooper currently in the lead on even par, then Matt Ainsley 1 over par, James McCarthy 2 over par, Faye Ainsley 5 over par. So you can see it's a tough course. Now James Goatley, the only one of our players in the featured group today to make it up the hill. Good shot there from James. Oh dear, that's a shame to miss that after making his way up the hill. Okay, over now to lane 16. This is Royal St George. You'll be aiming right just where those couple of bumps are, looking to end up between the humps that guard the hole. Peter Scott will be the first to attempt this in our featured group here. Yeah, you've got to be careful. Those bumps can send the ball off the course. Just happened there for Peter. Almost a good recovery. He might be in trouble. Okay. Rochelle Swin now. The line was good in terms of whereabouts you're looking to rebound. Pace was a little bit soft. She'll bring out the regulation rod here to mark off 20 centimetres. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's a shame. Okay, that'll be 22, I think, over, over for the tournament. James Goatley now. 3 over for the round. He has looked better this round than his previous round where he was 5 over. However, no aces yet. Now, 5% of shots here do end up with an ace. Should be a safe 2 though for our professional James Goatley in this featured group. We've just got 2 lanes left, and then we will shuffle the groups or reorder them in absolute order, and then we will be following the leading novice as they attempt to win the novice championship. So that'll be round 3. And then in rounds 4 and 5 today, we will be following the professionals, the leading group of the professionals. So do stick with us for that coverage. Okay, got Peter Scott here, his second shot on lane 17. Yep, good shot from Peter. Now this lane, there seems to be a updated sort of strategy now. Players opting to use the divot, the slope by the divot, by the rock here, just to send the ball on a path towards the hole. See Rochelle there didn't quite catch any of that slope on the divot. She's looking for the regulation rod. She's found it. Yep, good 2 from Rochelle. James Goatley now. Still looking for that first ace of the round. There you can see that was the new kind of strategy I was talking about. Just using the curves of that slope to send the ball round to the hole. I like it. I have to say I hadn't seen too many players doing that in practice, so it could be a new shot. Oh dear, James. Oh yeah, you can see he's frustrated with that. It's tough when you have a round with no aces in. Okay, finally, lane 18, finishing with Augusta National. Players here will be teeing off to the right. Going down this lane, the most important thing here is to end up in the middle of the horseshoe. So your second shot, you have a direct line to the hole. Peter Scott will be the first player that we see attempting to do just that. Oh, a bit too soft. Oh, good 2, however, from Peter Scott. And so finally for round 2, before we reorder the groups, James Goatley. He's a professional in this group, but he has struggled today. Yeah, you can see the shake of the head there. Looks like he is blocked behind the horseshoe. Oh, fantastic too, though, from James. Okay, we'll just be waiting for other groups now to finish, and then we will reorder the groups and begin round 3 with the novices competing to win the novice championship.
How's it going?
Just completely randomly, my keyboard has just stopped working. I can't. So, really.
What do you need to do? Restart it?
Okay, welcome back to this coverage of round 3 of the New Zealand Open 2023. In round 3, we are going to be covering the leading novice, so that's George Goodwin, Braden McDonald, and Paul Kerrigan, as George Goodwin and Braden McDonald battled it out to win the title of novice men's champion. This is the final round that the novices will play.
Oh, crap. You doing the app, Paul? Alright. You're doing it in the order of the on the app, yeah? Yeah. Cool, sweet. One second.
So this is Braden McDonald. I think we're just waiting for the scores from the previous lane to register. But you can see in the leaderboard here in the top right, so this is what we're watching. We're watching George Goodwin, who's currently playing now on 9 under, battle out Braden McDonald, who's playing first, for the title of the novice men's champion here at the New Zealand Open 2023. So this is round 3. We'll have 2 more rounds today. In round 4 and 5 it will just be the professionals playing, and that's when we will follow the leading group of professionals in round 4 and 5 today. Paul Kerrigan there. Good attempt at an ace. So over now to lane number 10. Ooh, unlucky there from Braden. Currently the second place in the men's novice division. And now we can see, okay, the scores are registered, we're caught up, this is lane 10. Braden's average score here, you can see in the top left, is 3.5, so it looks like he has struggled with this lane all day. Over now to George Goodwin on a good round so far, 1 under for the round. So he'll be looking to go up the hill, rebound off the back wall. A little bit too soft, he might have been worried about rolling back down the hill like we just saw happen to Braden. So he'll need this to remain 1 under for the round. Oh, not quite. Where's the ball going to end up? Okay, it's in the divot. So this to go to even for the round. dear, now Braden might be thinking this is a chance that he needs to get the novice men's trophy. Braden currently 6 shots behind George. Oh, George is having a bit of a nightmare though here on lane number 10. This is a Riviera. Rivieras are meant to be relaxing. Okay, so that's a 5 for George Goodwin. He'll move to plus 13 for the tournament with Braden on plus 16. So just 3 shots between them now. Paul Carrigan, plus 20 for the tournament.
Nice work.
So we move here to lane 11. That's Harbour Town. See on the flyover here. Players will be going down the middle, avoiding the 2 brick walls there, avoiding the rock, just glancing that wall on the left past the rock to end up near the hole. Braden McDonald, the first to attempt that. Good effort from Braden there. Over now to George Goodwin, a 6. Just coming off of a 6, oh dear. Oh, and that's going to be another dropped shot. So that would be George Goodwin on plus 13, Braden McDonald plus 17. 4 shots in between them now for the title of Best Amateur Male. Paul Kerrigan, no. Oh, he aces it, and with a fantastic celebration. That's what we like to see. Okay. So this is George Goodwin now. 4 over for the round, 13 over for the tournament. And Paul Kerrigan here on lane 12, just coming off an ace. And that was very nearly an ace as well. Great shot. Considering only 1.4% of shots here end up with an ace, you can see that statistic in the top left of your screens.
It's too fast, guys. It's too fast.
They are going quite quickly, yeah. Okay, on now to lane 13. You can see there is a bit of excitement here. You can see the leaderboard in the top left. What you're looking at is that men's category. So you've got Braden McDonald, here's his scorecard. He's on plus 17. He is fighting now for the champion. Best male novice with George Goodwin. Braden there sets himself up for a 2 now. Is this Braden? I think this might be a bit of bonus coverage actually. Yeah, our featured group are playing quite quickly. That's the leading group we're following now in the male novice category. So regular programming resumes. This is Braden McDonald. He's on plus 17, chasing George Goodwin at the moment on plus 13. So he has 4 strokes to make up. Doing the shot where you hug the bricks on the right. Good 2 there from Braden. Now George on plus 13 after a 6 on lane 10. Going for the single rebound, well, double rebound, but single rebound to get through the gap. Again, he should have practiced this shot. Slight move from right to left, I believe. No, I didn't quite anticipate that move from right to left. So this opens things up even more. It's now 3 shots separating our 2 male novice leaders. Paul Kerrigan here. Oh, Paul Kerrigan's playing well in this round. Okay, on now to lane 14. It's St Andrews. We can have a look at the lane. This is St Andrews here. Looking to tap the wall on the right to end up between the 2 humps here. Braden McDonald the first to attempt it. There's the tap. Oh, Braden is really fighting for the title of male novice champion. You can see. Here now, George Goodwin. And Paul Kerrigan. Paul's playing very well this round as well. Well, started with 3 drops, but since then, very well. So at the moment we're in round 3 of the New Zealand Open 2023. We're following at the moment the leading male novice groups. At the moment 3 shots separates George Goodwin, currently the leader, 14 over par, and Braden McDonald on 17 over par. Ooh. Tell you what, they are paying this featured group, this leading group of the male novices are playing at quite a considerable pace. They're at the only par 4 on the course now. Royal St Andrews. Or just St Andrews, sorry. New St Andrews. Objective here, if you want to get a 2, you have to make it up that hill to the tiered green. Otherwise, more than likely you'll get a 3, as is the case with Brandon McDonald here. Over now to George Goodwin. Looked like he was maybe going for the safe 3 there. We haven't seen anyone from this group yet make it up to the top of that hill. Ooh. Looks for a second it might not make it up the hill, but he does. And Paul Kerrigan now. Again, not quite up the hill. So this is what we're looking at. The things to watch here are the men category, the male category, with George Goodwin and Braden McDonald that we're following. See the scores in this leaderboard are just updating. Good two there from Braden. Oh, close from George Goodwin. Finding now Paul Carrigan on lane 16 here. Royal St. George. Oh, he's behind the hump. That's going to be tricky for two. No, but don't get behind the second hump. I think he's just behind that second hump. Will be tricky for three now. Oh dear, Paul. Okay, and over now to lane 17. It's Firestone. What we've seen players do today is use that hill on the right there with the rock in to sort of angle the ball towards the hole, left to right towards the hole. Good two there from Braden. So Braden currently on 18 over, George Goodwin 15 over. Just 3 shots separate these two players battling it out for the title of top male novice. Over now to Paul Carrigan. Using that hill, perhaps caught a bit too much of that hill there, a bit too pacey as well. Good two though from Paul. We finish, well, this is lane 18 now, Augusta National. Players will be teeing off to the right, bouncing off the wall to the left to end up in the middle of that horseshoe bump there. Yep, there's the touch off the wall to the left. Unfortunately, looks for Braden here. Like he's behind the lump. Now this could be critical because he's just 3 strokes away from George Goodwin at the moment. So that'll drop him a shot. George Goodwin still to play lane 18, Augusta National. And George is in trouble as well. Again behind that horseshoe hump. Could be the chance that Braden needs. Oh dear. Now, if he can make this for a free, he'll keep his 3-stroke lead over Braden. And he does. Good free. Okay. Again, what we're looking at here is the male category. So Braden now on lane number 1, the only par 2 on this course. You can see 15% ace chance. He would have been hoping to make that ace. Two strokes between Braden and George at the moment. George on plus 17, 5 lanes left to go here. Oh, close. Paul Kerrigan now on lane 1. You want to just touch the wall on the right there as you approach the hole. Didn't look like Paul caught the wall. A bit free for Paul. Over now to lane 2. This is Murfield Village. Players will be going down the left, aiming to stop just behind the hole. Still just 2 shots separating now. Braden McDonald on plus 19. George Goodwin plus 17. Oh dear, that's the last thing that Braden needs. He went over the humps, out of the lane. Not quite, okay. So this could put George Goodwin with a 3-stroke lead going into the last 3 lanes. George Goodwin though will still need to get a 2 here on lane number 2. So if George Goodwin can make this for a 2, he will have a 3-stroke lead going into his final 3 lanes. Novices here just playing 3 rounds. We will have 2 further rounds today just for the professional players, and then 3 rounds tomorrow for the professional players. That looks like a good shot from George. So if he can make this for a 2, he will have a 3-stroke lead going into his final 3 lanes of the New Zealand Open 2023. Yeah, good 2. That's exactly what he needed. So he has a 3-stroke lead now for the title of champion in the men's novice category. Yeah, good 2 from Paul. On now to lane 3. This is Inverness. You can either attack straight at the hole or play a rebound off the left wall. First up will be Braden now. 3 lanes to go. Braden currently trailing by 3 strokes. That's not what he needs. Time is running out for Braden. Good 2, however. So George Goodwin now with the free stroke lead. 3 lanes left to play. Better pace. It's just what he needs to do now. Nice and steady. Sure, he can feel that champion trophy within his grasp. Paul Carrigan now. Okay, 2 lanes left to go. It's George Goodwin with a 3-stroke lead at the moment. We're at Cherry Hills. Most important thing here is to get over that gap. Braden's done it. Now this is really going to be the final test for George. This is the final place where something can go wrong. He'll just be thinking, get over that gap, and the title of male novice winner in the New Zealand Open 2023 is mine. He's over the gap. Fantastic too. Okay, it's almost done. Just 1 lane to go for George Goodwin, and then he will be the winning male novice here at the New Zealand Open 2023. So it's Braden McDonald here. This is his final lane. See players here started lane 6. It's Oakmont to finish. Not too much can go wrong here. Oh, but what an ace. What an ace to finish Braden McDonald's day. That is how you finish. Okay. He's 2 shots away now from George Goodwin, so a 3 on this lane will secure the title of male novice champion for George Goodwin. It looks like he has it. Yes, and there you go. George Goodwin is the male novice champion here at the New Zealand Open 2023. Paul Carrigan here, finishing with 2. So, what we're going to do now is reorder the groups, and the professional players will be playing round 4 and 5. We'll be following the leading professional players. So do join us in a bit for the final 2 rounds of the day as we watch the leading group of professionals. Okay, welcome back to our live coverage of the New Zealand Open 2023. We're in rounds 4 and 5 now. We're going to be following the leading group of professionals as they battle it out to win the title of New Zealand Open Champion 2023. You can see the leaderboard here. We're going to be following James McCarthy, currently on even par. Also Matt Ainsley, currently on even par. So it's going to be a tight battle between those two. Cameron Cooper as well, we'll be following, currently on 7 under over par. So Cameron's got his work cut out. However, we do have 5 rounds left of the New Zealand Open 2023, 2 rounds today and an additional 3 rounds tomorrow. Understand now players are just making their final preparations, so we should bring you action from round 4 very soon.
One on the first one.
Yeah, but there. It's a nice straight line. There's definitely some opportunity there.
You
I
can
might
see
just go
we're
where you
on
are, sorry.
Lane 1 here.
I should have marked my
This is
spots
Pebble
when I
Beach,
did
the
my-
only par 2 on the course.
yeah,
It's
cool.
a nice easy start for our players.
Ah, yep.
It'll be Cameron Cooper on 7 over par
Gotcha.
to play first.
Yeah, it's Matt, Cam, and
We can look now at lane number 1. This is it, Pebble Beach. The par 2, quite a gentle entry into the course for players. 13.7% of shots were an ace here today.
Siren really goes for style of play, isn't it?
nah, waiting for the guy to get back from the toilet. There we go.
Just
Alright.
received official
This
communication
is live
from
streamed as well, so
Josh Mars,
commentary as well.
Australian Adventure Golf Players. It says
You're good to go, boss.
he's been looking forward to this group. This is the leading group now of the professionals, just making their final preparations. So here we go, round 4, the New Zealand Open 2023. This is Cameron Cooper on lane 1, currently trailing by 7 strokes. Looks like he's favouring the rebound there. Oh, close. Seen a lot of players today do a little bump off the right hand wall. Now it has been working for them. Cameron here favouring the rebound of the back. Good start there for Cameron. Matt Ainsley now, joint leader, currently on even par for the tournament. Again, favouring the rebound. I think that's a little bit too much to the left. Yeah, didn't quite get the angle that Matt was looking for there on the rebound. Good too though. And James McCarthy, joint leader. And lane number 1, this is Pebble Beach. Again going for the rebound. I think again that's a little bit too much to the left. Good effort though. He'll be going for the regulation rod there to mark off 20 centimetres. So 2s all round for our leading group. This is round 4, New Zealand Open 2023. Over now to lane 2. This is Murfield Village, you can see here. Players will be aiming just to lay up, a rebound off the wall on the left, just to lay up here. See the ace percentage is only 1.1%, so quite unlikely to make an ace. 2s are good. That was too hard though, way too hard from Cameron Cooper. So Cameron's in a little bit of trouble, not what he wants as he's trailing by 7 strokes at the moment. Regulation rod comes out. His player average on this lane is actually a 3, so it does look like he's been struggling with this lane today. He'll be looking to avoid the 3 now. No, that'll be another 3. No, it won't. That'll be a 2 for this lane, on this lane for Cameron Cooper. Okay, maybe his luck's turning around on lane number 2. Over now to Matt Ainsley, our joint leader, currently on even par for the day. Looks like that might be a bit too hard as well. So would he have the same luck that we just saw Cameron have?
It's the camera, isn't it?
They're blaming the camera. They're blaming the pressure of the camera. Well, look, when you're in the leading group, you've got to have a bit of pressure. You've got to live. You've got to live with it. He's just seen Cameron make an extremely similar 2 here. Okay, Matt Ainsley also making the 2 in lane 2. Over now to James McCarthy, our joint leader on even par for the day. And that looks, I was going to say, looks a bit too hard as well. Yeah, not quite as bad as Cameron and Matt, but that was also too hard. But he does make the 2. Over now to Inverness, lane number 3. Cameron Cooper here on Inverness, lane number 3, and Cameron Cooper makes the ace. First ace of the round, that's exactly what he needs. That'll bring him to 6 over par. 6 strokes away from our leaders, Matt Ainsley and James McCarthy. Ace percentage here, 6.3%, so not an easy ace, but we've just seen Cameron do it. Oh, we almost saw Matt do it as well. Not quite. Okay, so Matt there remains on even par. Cameron going up to 6 over par. James McCarthy now our joint leader. You can see just how high the standard of play is now. We're following the leading group in round 4 of the New Zealand Open 2023. They've got 5 rounds ahead of them, 2 today, 3 tomorrow. The standard so far has been incredibly high. Just as I say that though, James McCarthy drops, so James McCarthy will be on 1 over par. Matt Ainsley will now be the outright leader. This is lane 4, Cherry Hills. The crucial thing here is this gap that we can see. You have to get over the gap. First to attempt getting over the gap will be Cameron Cooper. See the ace there on his scorecard now. Over the gap very nicely. Good bounce as well. Good shot there from Cameron Cooper on lane 4, Cherry Hills. All about getting past that gap. Matt Ainsley now, our outright leader after a drop shot by James McCarthy. Also over the gap, looks like a very similar shot. Hang on. Oh, not quite. Really, really high standard of play, however. Okay, James McCarthy, you can see the red number there on his scorecard. He's now in outright second place, 1 over for the round, 1 over for the tournament. Can he get a shot back here? Yes, he can. Okay, James McCarthy going back to joint lead on even par we're now going to lane 5, Oakmont. Straight down the lane here, over the lump, looking to end up by the hole. Cameron Cooper will be the first to attempt this. Ace percentage here of 9.3%, so it's certainly possible, and that line was perfect. That line was perfect, just a little bit soft. But he's fighting, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He's now 6 away from the lead.
That's fine.
Over now to Matt Ainsley. Tied for the lead at the moment, even for the round and the tournament. It's a bit of a bad bounce. So James McCarthy now, joint lead, 1 drop, 1 ace in the round so far. His average on this lane is 1.67%, so he has aced it 1 time out of 3. Favouring the front door shot, very close.
That's 2, guys.
Over now to lane 6, this is Bay Hill. You want to aim between those humps there. Get between the humps, do a rebound. Whatever you do, make sure you don't go up the hump and then out of the course. We've seen players do that today. Cameron Cooper now. Very nice scorecard for the round so far. 1 under for the round. Yep, between the humps very nicely. Textbook shot there. Only 1% aces here. So not a likely ace at all. Over now Matt Ainsley. Completely clean scorecard so far, all 2s. Yep, through the humps very nicely. Near the hole. Really, really high standard of play we're seeing here today. This is round 4 of the New Zealand Open 2023, and we are following the leading group. Currently it's Matt Ainsley and James McCarthy, who we're going to watch now, tied for the lead. But still 5 rounds left to play. Can James now get through the humps? Yes, he can. Good shot there from James. He does need to concentrate. We saw him drop a shot earlier from a similar kind of distance. Not here, however. So over now to lane 7. This is Cypress Point. We're going to see in a second. This is Cameron Cooper now. 1 under for the round at Cypress Point here. Lane 7. Oh, another great shot from Cameron. He is fighting. It's exactly what we want to see. And again, the line was perfect. Just a touch too soft. Matt Ainsley now. Such a great shot there. Such a high standard of play we're seeing. This is just a delight. Well done, Matt. Okay, over now to James McCarthy, our joint leader. Oh, bit of a funny bounce. but he's got away with it just about, it looks like. Doing a bit of lane maintenance there, just getting some leaves out of the way. Good 2 from James. Over now to Wentworth. This is lane 8. You can see here 2 gaps. What players would likely do is launch over the first ramp there and use the momentum to clear the second gap. Okay, Cameron Cooper will be first to attempt this. Great round from Cameron so far. Great play as well. Lots of near aces.
Yeah, I think because it just didn't show both names on there.
Oh, he's taking on both ramps. It's worked out well for him.
Narrow it down to pairs only does. Yeah, no, I don't
Looking for the regulation rod. There it is. Marks off 20 centimetres. Got some very exciting news here as well. Just received a communication from Scott Clancy, who's following along from Sydney, Australia, enjoying the action. Thanks for getting in contact with us, Scott. We'll be bringing you this round, another round today with our leading group, and then 3 more rounds tomorrow, so do stick with us for that. So again from Matt, over 2 humps, but he's not happy. He's swinging at the foliage. I think what happened there, the bounces from the humps took some momentum out of the ball, and now he's left with a very, very tricky shot for a 2. You can see his scorecard is completely clean so far, but he's got to navigate this lump on the way to the hill, or slight divot on the way to the hole. Oh, perfect. I love that shot. Nice and confident. Great pace. Bang, straight in the hole. Okay, James McCarthy now. Also, looks like he's going for the 2 hump method here. Regulation rod comes out to mark off 20 centimetres. We are playing with the WMF Adventure Golf rules. And on now to lane 9. This is Olympic, and this is what it looks like. Players will be going over these humps here, small humps, bouncing off the right wall, about midway down the lane. Cameron Cooper will be the first to attempt this. Oh, so close. I tell you, I've been so impressed with Cameron in this round. Near perfection. It's exactly what you want to see. He may be 6 strokes behind at the moment, but he does not look out of it at all. He is fighting. Matt Ainsley now, coming off of a great 2 save. Yep, lovely 2 from Matt. And James McCarthy, our joint leader with Matt now, also on even par for both the round and the tournament. Yeah, the rebound off the right. Again, line was perfect. This is such a treat to watch this high standard of adventure golf play. Okay. Players making their way now to lane 10, Riviera. Will show the overall leaderboard. Lane 10, Riviera, all about getting up a steep hill. See Cameron doing this now. Whatever you do, don't end up with the ball back down your feet. No, I was going to say the pace was perfect. It wasn't quite. That's what happens. If it's a touch too hard, it will roll down into that small depression there. That's okay though, as long as the ball doesn't end up back at your feet. Yeah, he would have practiced that shot. Good 2 from Cameron Cooper.
So close to being perfect, and it was the niggas in the bunker.
Matt Ainsley now. His average on this lane, 1.67. So he has aced it once today, even though the ace percent is only 3.9. It's pacey. Oh, it just stays in that depression there. It looked like for a second he might be in trouble, but no. Wasn't too fun. Yeah, good 2 from Matt. You can tell the players here, they've practiced that shot. James McCarthy now. Still nothing separating James and Matt. A little bit soft there. He might have seen what Cameron and Matt did and didn't want that kind of trouble. Over now to lane 11. This is Harbour Town. Here you want to go down the middle, avoiding the walls that protrude, also avoiding that big rock there. Bouncing off the left. It's all about how much contact you come into with that wall on the left. You sort of want to just glance it. Yeah, he's missed the walls, he's missed the rock, but he caught too much of the wall on the left. And that's what happens when you catch too much of the wall on the left. Sends the ball away from the hole, takes the momentum out of the ball. Oh, that's a shame, yeah. Great round so far from Cameron Cooper. The mistake there was really on the first shot, catching too much of the wall on the left. Shame because he's had a great round so far. He just needs to keep that momentum going, not let it get to him too much. Matt Ainsley now, 10 twos in a row. He'll be wanting to break that streak with an ace, of course. Didn't catch any of the wall, so it's way too hard. So we've seen the opposite problem there to Cameron. That's what happens when you don't catch any of that wall on the left at all. Now it's Matt with a significant test. He's had 10 twos in this round so far. He doesn't want a red number on his scorecard now. But he's got it. Conditions here in Wellington still quite favourable. No rain. It's about 16 degrees. A little bit of wind, but not too much. And James has just done the same thing as Matt. So, if James can make this for a 2, he will be in the outright lead on even par. Matt is now on 1 over par. Of course, if he does drop a shot here, James will go to 1 over par as well. So he'll be tied for the lead. Oh dear, okay, so we're still tied for a lead, but now it's 1 over par.
Robbed.
Lane 12 next, Royal Portrush. This is Cameron Cooper. Great first shot there from Cameron. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. That the drop shot on lane 11 didn't impact his game too much because he has been playing exceptionally well this round. Matt Ainsley now tied for the lead with 1 over par after dropping a shot on lane 11. Ooh, just about navigating that second wall there. Bit of a favourable bounce from Matt, but he'll take it. Regulation rod comes out to measure 20 centimetres. James McCarthy now, very similar position to Matt, tied for the lead after dropping a shot in lane 11. Also past the wall, and almost with a favourable bounce there, not quite. Okay, on to lane 13. This is Royal Melbourne. It's all about how you get past those walls there, where you do the rebound. We've seen some players today like to hug the wall down the right, follow the curves of that wall. Seen some players like to do a rebound just off the end of that wall to the right. 0% aces here. So no aces today on this lane so far from any players. This would be a first if one of our players does manage to get an ace here, although I can't see how that would happen. Cameron Cooper here favouring the hugging the wall down the right. Looks a bit disappointed with that shot, but I think it's a very good shot actually. Regulation rod with 20 centimetres relief from the edge of the wall. Yep, good too. Over now to Matt Ainsley, our joint leader. Also hugging that wall down the right. Yep, good too from Matt. James McCarthy now. So far still nothing separating James McCarthy and Matt Ainsley, both on 1 over par for the tournament. Better pace I think on that shot versus Matt, but really not much in it so far. Yeah, good too. St Andrews next, lane 14. In a second you'll see the hole here at lane 14 is guarded by 2 humps. All about ending your first shot between those 2 humps. Oh, that was very close. Very close. Again, seeing such great play from Cameron, although a few shots just not going his way. It will all be about keeping that positive mental attitude up now for Cameron. Over now to Matt. Good rebound. And finally James joint leader with Matt, currently both on 1 over par. Oh, that's unlucky. That's really unlucky. So this could be really the first chance in this round to separate our current joint leaders. James McCarthy will need a magic escape here if he is to remain joint leader. He's receiving some help from Matt Ainsley, and fans of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour will know this is something that we've seen all year in all of our tournaments, players helping each other out even when they're fierce rivals. One of the beautiful parts of this wonderful game of adventure golf. And wow, look at that, great save there. So over now to lane 15. This is New St Andrews. It's a par 4 for regular players. The thing to look for here is, can you get up that hill on your first shot? It's not easy. That's why it's a par 4. Cameron's average for this lane 2.67, so he has dropped here twice today. He didn't make it up the hill. Yeah, it's close. Now I expect all of these players would have practiced this shot. This is normally where the ball ends up if you don't get up the hill, but it isn't easy at all. Almost. Almost. Very, very difficult lane, this one. Now, mini golf balls are allowed in this tournament, though we're seeing lots of players opting for a golf ball. Matt Ainsley now, our joint leader, on 1 over par. Can he get up the hill? Oh, not quite again. It is tough. Millimetres in it. I think that was the hand gesture he made there. Just so close. Yeah, one of our viewers also commenting on the great sportsmanship on display in lane 13, the previous lane, from Matt Ainsley here. One of the things I love most about this game, we see it time and time again, players helping each other out with the lines. Oh dear, that is an uncharacteristic mistake there from James McCarthy. The question is, from this position, can he get up the hill for a free? Again, with the position that he's in, he's the third player in our group. He knows that he must get up that hill if he is to remain joint leader. Both Matt and James were even going into this round 4, so it's just luck of the draw who was going to be the third player in our group. The third player is normally the player with the outright lead, but when it's tied, it's a bit of luck. So James finds himself in this position. He's the third player, and that adds a bit of extra pressure because he knows now he needs to get up this hill to remain joint leader. He's up. Is he going to stay up? He's shouting at the ball to stay. The ball listens. But this isn't an easy putt for a free. No. So that'll be a 4, and again James falls out of the outright lead. He'll be on +3 with Matt Ainsley on +2. We'll see that in a second as our overall leaderboard updates. Over now to lane 16, Royal St George. Cameron Cooper took his tee shot, ended up in this position. It's another one of these lanes where the hole is guarded by humps. Have to make sure that your first stroke gives you a clear path to the hole, not obstructed by any of the humps, as Cameron did there. Good too. Okay, Matt Ainsley now our outright leader on 2 over. Bit of a jump. I think it took the momentum out of the ball. Yeah, as the ball went over those 2 humps, the ball jumped up and down, took the momentum out of the ball. I think that's left him behind one of the humps guarding the hole. Gets the regulation rod out, and we had that confirmation there. His ball is behind the hump, so they want to make this for 2 to keep the outright lead. But that hump is going to mean it's not a straight shot to the hole. No. Okay, that might mean that he falls out of the outright lead. Matt Ainsley will move to 3 over. Currently on 3 over is James McCarthy, but James still has lane 16 to play. This is Royal St George. Okay, favourable bounce there from James McCarthy. So James McCarthy will regain a share of the lead with Matt Ainsley. This is lane 17, Firestone. We've seen players using the slope of this hill here with the rock in it to send the ball left to right towards the hole. Cameron didn't catch any of the hill there, just going for the backdoor rebound. So, all eyes on Matt Ainsley and James McCarthy, currently both on 3 over par. Both of them started this round very, very strongly. A few wobbles in the second half of the round. Matt Ainsley also favouring the backdoor rebound, and that's an ace. That is an ace. It's Matt's first ace of the round. That will send him back to 2 over par, currently in the outright lead, with James McCarthy still with lane 17 to play. Fantastic ace there from Matt Ainsley. Can James McCarthy do the same? Not quite. Not a bad shot though. So Matt Ainsley moves to taking the outright lead again. And finally we finish
Turn the camera.
round 4 with Augusta National. Players here will tee off to the right. Again, it's a hole surrounded by, well, one single hump here, a horseshoe hump. So again, what you want to do just with your first stroke, make sure you're not obstructed by that hump, the horseshoe hump for your second stroke. It's a bit too soft and it looks like he might just be able to see the hole without any obstruction from the horseshoe. Yep, good 2 from Cameron. So he'll finish his round 1 over for the round, the best round of our leading group. So he would have made back some strokes there. Matt Ainsley now just coming off that ace on 17. After this, we're going to go immediately into round 5, the final round for today, so do stick with us as we'll bring you coverage of round 5, but round 4 here on the final lane, just following an ace. Matt finds himself in trouble, he's shaking his head, he's behind the horseshoe. Okay, regulation rod comes out, he'll take as much of that 20 centimetres that gives him a clean stroke. Ball, I suspect, will move to from right to left as it comes down the horseshoe. Oh dear, Matt, not on the final lane. Now you can do a front door or a back door shot here. You can kind of give yourself 2 chances. Matt goes for the front door, so he'll drop a shot now. He's 3 over. Currently sharing the lead with James McCarthy, still with 1 lane to play. Wind has settled down a bit here. The Golf Warehouse Holes of the World course in Lower Hutt, Wellington. Good shot from James McCarthy. He's got clear sight of the hole without being obstructed by the horseshoe. So this to share the lead going into round 5, and he's done it. Okay, stick with us. The players will go back to lane 1 for the final round of the day. We'll just see what that's done to our overall leaderboard. We know that Matt Ainsley and James McCarthy will be sharing the lead going into round 5. So you can see that James McCarthy, Matt Ainsley sharing the lead, 3 over par. They both dropped 3 shots this round. Cameron Cooper dropping just a 1 shot this round, so he's made up 2 strokes. It's good forward momentum for Cameron Cooper, gaining on James McCarthy and Matt Ainsley. Looking at this round, I have to say, especially in the first half, it was Cameron Cooper who came out fighting. Standard of play was really world-class play in the first half of the round there, but some wobbles during the second half. The order of play will swap now for this 5th round. It will be Matt Ainsley first, followed by James McCarthy, followed by Cameron Cooper. We'll have 1 final round today and then 3 rounds tomorrow. Again, we'll be following the leading group all day tomorrow. We'll have 2 rounds to begin with, 1 immediately after the other, and then we'll reorder the groups in absolute order for that final round, as we will watch players battle it out to be crowned champion of the New Zealand Open 2023 and win that all-important wildcard entry into the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final. Suspect all of these players here want that wildcard entry. Also at stake, WMF World Adventure Golf Tour ranking points for all players here. Now I've got some very, very exciting news just before we begin round 5, the final round today. I've received some official communication from Portugal. Felipe Costa, the Portuguese player who we just saw 2 weeks ago at the Portuguese Open, wishing our players good luck. Thank you, Felipe, for getting into contact with us here today. Can tell you it is a nice day in Wellington, but perhaps not quite as nice as it was in Portugal 2 weeks ago. I can show you some bonus coverage here. Bonus coverage, bonus ace, lane 1. This is the group before our leading group. Oh, bonus coverage of someone munching on snacks, there you go. Why not? Back to the leaderboard here. Okay, I can hear from the producer in my ear that we're just about ready to start round 5 for our leading group. So we'll be with them in a second. Okay, so Matt Ainsley now starts our final round for today. Shared leading with James McCarthy. It's a good ace chance this lane. You can see in the top left corner, 17.7%. I think we're actually just waiting for our leading group at the moment, so consider this bonus coverage for now. Lovely t-shirt. Oh. Almost another bonus ace from our bonus coverage. So I think our leading group is ready now. Doing their last bits of lane maintenance.
Yeah, go for it. Where's yours?
So the big story here, the New Zealand Open 2023 round 5 out of 8. It's Matt Ainsley and James McCarthy tied for the lead on 3 over par, but do not count Cameron Cooper out if his fourth round was any indication. Cameron is a fighter. Oh, so close to starting with an ace for Matt Ainsley. This lane does have 17.7% ace chance. What that means is all the players that played here today, 17.7% of those strokes were an ace. James McCarthy now having to stop a member of the public from getting in the middle of their leading group. Oh, he missed on the other side. James McCarthy now is so close to starting off round 5 with an ace. Not quite. Can Cameron Cooper do it now? Rebound looks good. Oh dear. 3 such near misses. Okay, over now to lane 2. This is Murfield Village. Players will be looking to rebound off the left to stop near the hole. Ace percentage here, only 1.7%, so not likely at all to make an ace. We saw players in round 4 hit the ball a bit too hard. Doesn't look like it's the case though here for Matt Ainsley. Yeah, nice confident stroke there. Matt Ainsley gets a 2 on lane 2. James McCarthy tied for the lead with Matt Ainsley. Oh, now. In round 4, James hit the ball way too hard. Now it's too soft. This might be new territory now for James. Can't imagine he would have practiced this shot too much. So a little bit of intuition probably required, a little bit of green reading here. Can he make the 2? No. Oh dear, and look where the ball's gone. So, 3 here will make him 1 stroke away from Matt Ainsley. He'll be on 4 over if he can make a 3 here. Matt Ainsley on 3 over. Okay, so Matt Ainsley is now in the outright lead. James McCarthy now in 2nd place on 4 over par. Cameron Cooper now 5 strokes away from the lead on 8 over par. Wind seemed to have knocked over a... what is that? What is that? Something going on in the background here. Is that a marquee? Wind has knocked over a marquee onto lane number 1. I mean, if that happened a couple of minutes ago, that could have knocked onto one of our players on lane number 1. Not sure what the WMF ruling is for marquees that get blown onto the course as you're taking a stroke. All the players now off to look at the marquee. I was going to put the leaderboard on the screen. I think what's happening here is probably a bit more interesting. And the marquee is being disassembled. My producer actually tells me it's a gazebo, not a marquee. I'm not sure if they're different answers on a postcard. Right, let's think the gazebo marquee drama is over. If anyone watching does know the difference between a gazebo and a marquee, please do get in contact with us. You can do that via the website. Okay, the gazebo has been safely escorted off the course. Cameron Cooper now finally ready to attempt lane 2. It's a good job he wasn't on a shot timer, because I think it's been about 3 or 4 minutes now since he put his ball down there. The story of this lane seems to be the pace. Players either going too soft or too hard. Cameron having a bit of a giggle about the gazebo. Have received what is possibly a ruling on the gazebo definition. Gazebos are generally more compact outdoor structures designed to enhance a garden. In this case, though, it wasn't enhancing the garden, it was flowing all over the garden. Alright, on to lane 3 now. This is Inverness. Couple of ways you can play this. You can go straight at the hole. You can see the ace percentage here is 6.9%. Matt's average here is 1.5, so he's been good at this hole today. He's been good at this lane. Not an ace there now. James McCarthy currently 1 stroke away from Matt Ainsley on +4. He would love an ace here. He has got an ace here today on this hole, on this lane. Well, not quite. Still a very, very high standard of play we're seeing here. It's round 5 of the New Zealand Open 2023. Finally then, Cameron Cooper currently 5 strokes away from the lead. Cameron also has 2 aces here today, so very strong lane for Cameron. He'd love an ace now. Oh, not quite. Over now then to lane 4. This is Cherry Hills. Cherry Hills is all about navigating this gap, getting over the ramp. If you can do that safely, you've got every chance of ending up near the hole. This is Matt Ainsley first to try and navigate this gap. He's over the gap nicely. Close. James McCarthy now trailing by 1 stroke currently after dropping a shot on lane number 2. He's also nice and safely over the gap. Didn't quite have the line right, but it's still very close to the hole. Finally, Cameron Cooper. Yep, nice and safely over the gap as well for Cameron. Oh, the line looked good, but the ball didn't have enough pace to keep the line. We'll be over next to lane number 5. That's Oakmont. Matt Ainsley to go first here. Only 1.7%. Scores just need to register for lane 4. There we go. Lane 5 ace percent, yeah, 10.3%. So definitely an ace chance here on lane 5. James McCarthy would love an ace here to get him back into the joint lead with Matt Ainsley. Didn't look happy with that shot. The line was good, just not quite enough pace. Shake of the head from James. Cameron Cooper now. Still 5 strokes away from our leader, Matt Ainsley. Cameron also not happy with his pace there. Onto lane 6, this is Bay Hill. Here you want to get past those 2 humps, then rebound off the right wall. Set the ball on a trajectory towards the hole. So watch those 2 humps. It's all about getting the ball between those 2 humps, this hole. Zero 0.9% ace percentage here. Matt's average for today for the tournament on this lane, 2.25%. So he has dropped here. Oh, that was a bit dangerous. He wasn't safe through the humps. Sometimes when you ride up one of the humps, it can take the ball out of the lane. The ball did remain in the lane in this case. James McCarthy now. Can James get through the humps? Yep. Oh! It was a textbook shot. It's exactly how you want to play this lane. Only 0.9% ace percentage on this hole. On this lane. That looked close though from James. Cameron Cooper now. Cameron currently with 5 2s in this round. Matt Ainsley then first to attempt lane 7. Rebound. Standard of play here so high. James McCarthy then looking for the ace that can put him back tied in the lead. Oh, I'm sure he'd sleep better tonight knowing he was tied from the lead. But lovely reaction there from Matt Ainsley. Despite being fierce rivals at the moment, you could tell Matt wanted that to go in the hole. Not quite. Cameron Cooper now. 6-2 so far in Cameron's round. Also double rebound. So close. On now to lane 8. This is Wentworth. 2 gaps here, but 2 ramps as well. Players launching over the first ramp, over the second. Danger here is the ball can bounce as it goes over those ramps and takes on the momentum out of the ball. That was quite a jump there from Matt's ball, but seemed to be okay. James McCarthy now. And that's the danger. So, yeah, I think that was the right place where the ball left the lane. So I have to reposition the ball where it left the lane. 20 centimetres. Now, if James can make this, he'll remain 1 stroke away from Matt. Not sure why he's not opting to take the relief, I have to say. He is allowed 20 centimetres there. Good effort, but that'll take him now to 5 over for the tournament with Matt Ainsley on 3 over, so Matt Ainsley's lead increases by 1 stroke there as a result of that lane. Cameron Cooper now 7-2, so the round didn't make the second ramp, caught the gap. Now Cameron is in trouble here on lane 8. Cameron will drop again, that's not what he wants at the moment, so Cameron will go to 9 over, 6 strokes away from our leader Matt Ainsley. Lane 9, Olympic next. Matt Ainsley here, looking to rebound off the wall on the right, about halfway down. Oh, and it's an ace from Matt Ainsley to increase his lead now. Matt Ainsley increases his lead even more as he's now 3 strokes clear of the lead. James McCarthy coming off of a dropped shot in the previous lane. Oh dear. No, he will remain 3 strokes away now from Matt. Cameron Cooper also just coming off of a drop shot on lane 8. Doesn't look fast enough. Yeah, too slow, you can hear him say it. Now over to lane 10, Riviera. Big thing here is the pace. You rebound off the back. Just making sure you don't go too hard because then the ball can end up back at your feet. Great scorecard from Matt for this round. 1 under, no drop shots, 1 ace. How's the pace? It's good. Great shot. He looks fully in control at the moment. Now, James McCarthy, 2 over for the round, 3 shots away now from Matt. How's James's pace? A little bit on the slow side, but he should make this. You feel for a 2. Oh, he doesn't know. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, Matt Ainsley's now lead increases to 4. It's all change here. Round 5 of the New Zealand Open 2023. Cameron Cooper now looking to get up that hill and stay up that hill. Or even get an ace. There we go. Cameron Cooper moves back to 8 over par. So as we'll see in a second, it's now Matt on +2, James on +6, Cameron +8. This is where Matt Ainsley is now on lane 11 after his first stroke. On lane 11 you're aiming to go between the 2 walls, miss the rock and just glance off that wall on the left. If you catch the wall too much, just like James did there, that's where your ball will end up. Really tricky first shot on this lane. A lot can go wrong. If you miss the wall, you're in trouble. If you catch too much of the wall, you're in trouble, as we saw here. Great two though from James. Ball forward about it a little bit, but still great two. Okay, Cameron Cooper on even par for the round, 8 over for the tournament. 6 strokes away from Matt Ainsley. 2 strokes away now from James McCarthy in second place. Yeah, through the wall. Great shot. Okay, next to lane 12, this is Royal Portrush. You're aiming at the wall just before that bump we saw on the right. To pass through those 2 bits of wall that jut out. Yeah, he's cleanly through the wall. Oh, very close. Excellent round here from Matt Ainsley. You can see 1 under for the round, no dropped shots. We said yesterday in practice Matt achieved 34. So far he looks on course to do that here again. James McCarthy now. Oh dear, he would have liked that ace. He needed that ace. Still 3 rounds left tomorrow, but he started off this round just 1 stroke away. Now he's 4 strokes away. Cameron Cooper now. Also on a good round, even par for the round. Successfully navigates past those 2 walls. Good shot there from Cameron. On to lane 13, this is Royal Melbourne. Players here will be hugging the wall on the right, using the contours of that wall to get you onto the second stage of this lane, just like that. Good shot from Matt. Yep, good two. James McCarthy now 4 strokes away from the lead. Unlike... oh dear. He's struggling now. We saw very good round 4 from him, especially in the first half. He's starting to fall to pieces a little bit. Maybe he needs rest tonight just to put himself together, reassess, reevaluate, come back stronger tomorrow. He has still got 6 lanes left though today. Okay, regulation rod, just checking if he can get any more relief, he can get a tiny bit more. You can see in his body language he is struggling at the moment. Good attempt at an escape there. Definitely had the right idea. Cameron Cooper now on a good round. Even for the round. 8 over for the tournament. 6 strokes away from the lead currently. Yep, hugging the wall to the right. Good pace. Good shot. 0% ace here today. Looked like for a second Cameron could break that and get the first ace here today. Not to be though. Matt Ainsley now on lane 13. We do a rebound off the left, just making sure that you clear those 2 humps. That was very close to an ace. James McCarthy now 5 strokes away from the lead, struggling now in this round. That is close. Cameron Cooper 5.2% ace percentage here, so definitely possible. 1 in 20. Just a little bit too soft. He almost did it. On now to lane 15. This is New St Andrews, the only par 4 here. It's all about whether you can get up this hill on your first stroke. If you can, you might get a 2. If you're not up the hill, then it's likely a 3. Matt Ainsley now on a fantastic round, 1 under so far. Would love to get up that hill on his first stroke. Can he get up the hill? Oh, it's close. Is it going to stay? It's right on the tipping point. I'd run to that ball if I was you, Matt. Trying to use some kind of Jedi mind trick there to keep his ball up the hill. Lovely, lovely 2 from Matt to stay on an absolutely sensational round from Matt. On the other end of the spectrum, we have James McCarthy on 4 over for the round, 7 over for the tournament. It's been a bit of a nightmare round really for him. He'll need to go away tonight. Try to come back stronger tomorrow for the 3 rounds tomorrow. Oh, but that is beautiful though. That is beautiful. Almost certain that we will be following this same group tomorrow. Matt Ainsley, James McCarthy, Cameron Cooper, as they battle it out to be crowned champion of the New Zealand Open 2023. Yeah, great 2 there from James. That is more like it. Okay, Cameron Cooper on a great round, even par. Would love to make it up this hill on his first stroke. Looks good. Oh, fantastic. All 3 players in our leading group making up the hill. If you've just joined us now, let me tell you, that is no easy feat. Lovely. So just 3 lanes left then for the first day of the New Zealand Open 2023. Royal St George, lane 16 next. Hole guarded by 2 humps. Matt Ainsley will be first to attempt it. It's all about making sure you have a clean second shot, unobstructed by those humps. He hasn't done it. First mistake really in this round from Matt Ainsley. It looked like for a second the 34 was in play. He'll need to make this though, if that's going to remain true. Lovely scorecard so far. Would love to avoid having a red number on it, I'm sure, but this is tricky. No. Too hard. He didn't anticipate the right to left on the ball as it come down that hill, as it went down the hill. Not an easy shot now for 3. So this just to drop the 1 shot, to move him back to even for the round. Yep. Okay, so that will reduce his lead. It is still a lead of 4 over James McCarthy and 5 over Cameron Cooper. James McCarthy next on hole 17, on lane 17, Firestone. Good 2 there from James McCarthy. Cameron Cooper also on an excellent round, even par for the round. Ending up in a similar place to Matt. Can Cameron now escape with a 2? Really enjoyed watching Cameron play over these last 2 rounds. He's been 5 strokes, 6 strokes away from the lead all day, but he shows absolutely no signs of giving up. Quite the opposite. He has come out fighting. Want to see more of this tomorrow. Okay, now gently over the hill. Anticipate the right to left movement. Not quite. So that would be 1 over for the round for Cameron Cooper, 9 over for the tournament. We finish then, lane 18. This is Augusta National. The hole, as you can see, is surrounded, guarded by a horseshoe hump. All about making sure that you end your first stroke with a clean line of sight. Oh, we're on lane 17, excuse me. So this is Firestone, not Augusta National. Players here will be attempting to rebound off the back. Good attempt. James McCarthy now. Looks like he'll be going overnight with a 4-stroke deficit against Matt Ainsley. And Cameron Cooper coming off of a dropped shot on lane 16. Still a good round though, 1 over for the round, not too bad at all. Now he should be able to get out of that with the relief on the rock. 20 centimetres. He's not going for the regulation rod. In this position, I'd take all the relief you can get. Maybe that was a mistake. Not sure why he didn't give himself the relief there. Now we're going to lane 18, Augusta National, the final lane of today. So we will end the live stream after this lane, but we will be back tomorrow morning for 3 additional rounds. Again, we'll be following Matt Ainsley, James McCarthy and Cameron Cooper. Two rounds immediately in the morning, and then groups will be reordered for one final round. Matt's just struggled a tiny bit towards the end of this round. That could be a sign of fatigue. That's okay though, he'll have a rest in a little bit. So currently 4 strokes in the lead. He'll need this to remain 4 strokes in the lead. Yeah, good end to the day. Good end to the day from Matt Ainsley. So even par for the round, 3 overs for the tournament, 4 shots currently in the lead, with James McCarthy still with lane 18 to play. We've just seen here the ball does move slightly right to left. Yep. Okay, so I think James now take the night to recalibrate, reassess, come back fighting tomorrow. Someone who's been fighting all day though, Cameron Cooper. Coming off with 2 drop shots. In a similar position really to Matt. He's just seen Matt make pretty much identical shot. Cameron's on 10 over currently for the tournament, 7 strokes away from Matt. He'll need this to have a 7-stroke deficit going overnight. And he does it. Okay, good finish to the day. We'll just take a look at our overall leaderboard. So this is the story going overnight at the end of the first day of the New Zealand Open 2023. It's Matt Ainsley in the lead with 3 over par. James McCarthy trailing by 4 strokes, 7 over par. Cameron Cooper 7 strokes behind the leader on 10 over par. Do join us tomorrow to see how it all plays out. Who will be the champion of the New Zealand Open 2023 and who will win the wildcard entry into the WMF World